So last time around, we kind of finished up the 86 quests. I really should at some point just do the Eat the Compass stuff. But yeah. Also, I'm going to be testing out some new bitrates. I might be changing that during stream today, simply because it might all be not quite as it should be. So, my apologies. If stuff is wrong, let me know. Because then I can change it. I'm trying out some new bitrate stuff because for some preparations for tomorrow's stream. So, I'm kind of seeing what works, what doesn't work. And sometimes you kind of just need to test that out in a live environment. Because what's not to love about that? But yeah, anyway, last time around we went ahead and finished up all of the 86 quests. We still have a few FFXIV Compass stuff, I believe, and a few quests. We will be doing that just before the dungeon today, as is tradition. And yeah, let us go ahead and continue. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong button I'm pressing right there. Let's go ahead and continue with Travelers at the Crossroads. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to revisit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If you cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, tribe? Will you continue along with us? Why, yes. Also, I realized I should probably up the audio. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back toward Anagnorisis. You know, even after many months, I still don't know how to say that. Let me go and up the volume. This is the volume that I normally have on when I'm just casually playing the game myself. So yeah, hope everyone had a good week. Personally, you know, stuff's going well. I'm slowly losing more weight in the eternal journey to try and get below 100 kg. And I've got some stuff prepared for tomorrow. Needed to get some stuff. That, yeah, I needed to get some stuff for tomorrow. So I've worked most of my first day on that. Making sure that everything works. And apart from that, I've just been enjoying the final week of vacation, because from next week onward, I am going to be at university again 2 days a week. Even in late afternoon. Hang on, my glasses are not working with me today. Especially, I'm going to be there in late afternoon, so I don't have to be up too early the coming few weeks. So that is absolutely lovely. As for tonight, once it's no longer 30 degrees in this room, I'll be doing my training. And I'll also probably be downloading all of the Final Fantasy XIV VODs so that I can make the tournament. YouTube should be starting up again at some point in the near future. Not sure when yet. I figured that the first step is to just purely focus on just purely focus on streaming, and then from there move back into YouTube. So any VODs, Dark Souls VODs, Final Fantasy VODs, they will be happening at some point in the future that is not now. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then obviously it has been started happening again. From here we follow the path northward towards Notaneus. There we will find one of the News, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? If you want to know, like, how in this stream we kind of look at the questing, it's very simple. Oh, hang on, is it level 90? Not bigger. Yes, okay. It's a very simple rule. 20 minutes for each quest. If there is a dungeon involved, 45 minutes. There's one specific quest in this game, I believe 2 specific quests that have dungeon plus trial. Assume an hour to an hour and 50 minutes for that single quest. That's kind of how I always do it. It's like 20 minutes for a normal quest, 45 minutes if there's a dungeon, If there's a dungeon plus trial, an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. Also, I've been thinking about this, but whether or not we will be doing this dungeon in a very specific way kind of depends on time restraints. Here we are in Notaneus. This news will take us to Kalimelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Oh my god, it's so cute!
An Arrayus. How delightful.
Oh, that's less cute.
And what, pray tell, is that?
That looks evil. Wait.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
You have a shield, buddy, use it.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Yes, please.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Hello.
say, have you perchance come from the future?
She knows too much. Kill her.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yeah, well, it's not every day that you go ahead to talk about being a time
As a
traveler.
representative of the convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
So yeah, this is going to be an interesting quest line. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave resolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and a quick-fingered Aurealis, which made off with it. An Aurealis, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like to follow us? Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? Hang on. Yoink. That would, of course, lead us only to the Aurealis. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Can I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Sure. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Point in Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Oh, that's Angry Boy. It's not... That's... No, that's another Angry Boy. Also, we're getting very close to the point that I need to have done a bunch of stuff in-game, so I might spend the coming few days just kind of grinding out the final bits and pieces. See, the only thing I still have is... Okay, gotcha. Let's go and spend some time searching. Yeah, over there. Don't look up there, please. Okay. Okay, that's in the place itself. Though you might as well go with the TV. Good boy. Might as well go ahead and take the normal road. But it's nice to be going back to university. Simply because I kind of missed it. You know? I missed being able to just sit somewhere, listen in on the conversations. Watch a boring professor trying to make something interesting even though he's not necessarily great at it. Stuff like that. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aurealis no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Yes, I did. The crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yes. Oh, you too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Esm, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably, since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Alpes, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creature. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Yep, time for a past not yet come to pass. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it is time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I would join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. I never get tired of this place. It's just... you know... I mean, I'm saying you know, but there's just something really nice about it. And also about the area itself, like seeing where all of the many angry teeth came from has a certain appeal to them. Someone has been messing in the cold saucer. Pardon me for that. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital on Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Depression will do that to you, bud.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Quite the interesting little cutscene right there. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I only know that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon. And I have a good idea of where we might begin. Also, I've forgotten if I have... Yes, I have, okay. I also love Emmett Selk's reaction, basically being like, fuck no. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay at in Elpis. And from what I recall, she has held her position for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help you with drawing out answers if needs be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Oh, there, over there. Oopsie, that's the wrong building I was looking at. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty registrations. Greetings, Ismail. My friend here is deeply curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you could help him. No. What do you wish to know? Yeah, what kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but... I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duty as Chief Overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Yeah, how long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the Chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like the other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand she's a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Yeah, do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties. If that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Tim Miles. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Hi, German. How are you doing? We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need to know, you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, tribe. I think we've taken enough of Ishmian's time. Something I'm actually thinking about is that after we're done with the 87 stuff, is I might, since I still need to do my weeklies, show you guys the new raids, the new normal raids, because I didn't do that obviously last week. Oh my, well, could be better. I've been, let's just say that I've seen the porcelain throne more than I would like to admit over the past week. So I'm taking it easy for now. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Isman mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this T-Miles. If only I knew a Greek person that wasn't an idiot, so that I could ask how you say that stuff. But no, yeah, I've been on I've been spending some time in the smallest chamber because of reasons that even I'm not certain of. So it's probably just a reaction to the differing diets. So I'm just accepting it. But yeah, I've heard from multiple people that while, you know, the game itself is not necessarily the most fun, that seeing some of the different fights is actually interesting. So after we're done with the 87 stuff, I might go ahead and just show you I might just kind of show you guys the 4 new fights in the new 8-man trials. Although that would obviously not go onto YouTube and would not be part of the normal Endwalker stuff. Yes, I'm Timios, but please keep your voice down. You startled the birds. Yeah, I know. Let's begin asking questions. No. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Well, good question. Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? Also, German, you've just noticed a shark that was almost accidentally killed our party. A flying shark, that is. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-fetched creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Oh no, we've activated his trump card. Which is unstoppable discourse. No, it is actually, we're actually researching how the final days came to be. And thus did I secure an observer's position here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life concepts. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expand upon? No. You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations. Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever favorite cons of creations. Even now, with so many varieties in existence. Yada yada. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they dissipate from view. Others which traverse the boundless skies in a moment, and all without riding the current. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded. I mean, it's not necessary. Let me put it this way. It wasn't necessarily that the shark was flying. It was more so that one of the characters was talking about flying sharks as sort of like a look at all the bullshit that people have been submitting. And then that same flying shark came running at us and was trying to eat that person. And that was all a cutscene to introduce a new character that is going to become important in this set of quest lines, in this level, in the comic view quest. So it was more so meant as a character. It's basically the same as it was basically co-worker rambling, like when say an accountant suddenly starts complaining about all of the bullshit that people are throwing his way. That's basically where the flying shark comes in. It was basically co-workers shitting on people for the utterly absurd concepts that they've been introducing into Elpis. Yeah, Meteon 2 is a marvel then. My opinion on the matter does not matter. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of an AI. I mean, there are different, it might be suitable indeed, but hey. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, yada yada. If the team Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a college's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if it came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. It definitely is one of the weaker parts of this stuff, but it is mostly a cutscene that's meant to introduce an important character. It's basically meant to introduce Heidelin in Elpis, so I can forgive it, because apart from that, the questline is very serious, like, hey, we know that in some way Meteon and Hermes are going to be involved in the final days, and we're right now trying to figure out how they are involved, exactly. And the fact that the title is going to give something away, I should mention that. Yeah, I could tell you more of Meteon's nature if you like. No, did I just not explain how that was frowned upon? I couldn't possibly circumvent conventional practice by him. Unless you were sharing such information in the hopes of receiving a constructive opinion on the application of advanced creation techniques. Then I would be practically obliged to. I get the feeling that the justifications are meant to show you that you've picked the wrong option. So you see, ethically I have no choice but to allow you to disclose Meteon's lesser known qualities. As far as I'm aware, this is also the only quest that has this kind of booby trap in it. Dynamis and Telekis. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. And you know how they relate to Meteon and her design? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Also, hang on. It seems like with the updating of stuff. Hang on, let me... not mod icons, just the non-mod settings. Chat appearance, timestamp, there we go. There we go. Okay, now I have the timestamps once more. But yeah, like if you feel like, hey, is this one of those joke quests? It isn't. Because the quest started out with us explaining what's going to happen in the future, which is currently in a sort of like awkward grandfather's paradox situation, for now. And there were, like, the reactions were not jokey at all to what we've told them. It's like, one person basically wasn't sure what to think, one person was enraged, and one person was wondering why they would do what they did. So the reactions to us telling them that were like surprisingly serious to everything. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So have you any new findings to share? Also, hi, person. Seems you are doing the same quest as I am. I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any insignificant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Moving on to the third quest for today, Witness to the Spectacle. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Telekis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay on our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? Yeah, she and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you hadn't mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So, these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to a place not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. In the meantime, southwest. But yeah, I've been playing some different games. I've been doing I've been playing more Pathfinder, and one of the quests that I had to do was one of the quests I had to do was interesting. So basically, there's a quest in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, where you can where a drunkard comes to you in the throne room. And you have to, and he basically claims that he's the king of the land that you're on, even though there was never a king in the first place. And if you are a certain path, you can just basically make that story come true. And the quest that I'm on right now is that as a result of him becoming quote-unquote king, there is now this ancient magical booze distillery that we can start finding in order to get our soldiers drunk, basically. So that was fun. This tower and the one further along are both part of Place, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to say. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I should join you there and on. Also, if you see a bunch of people flying around, the raid is actually very close by over here. This is where the raid series starts. So there are a bunch of people that are either like doing the race for the first time or that are going to be doing Savage, stuff like that. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief's Overseer personal research project? And by that I assume you mean Meteion. Yes. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward. A bunch of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Hi, Vanat. Mistress Vanat, I thought you had already returned to the service. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. I should say my original plan was to leave after that task, but I've since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasial something. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanard. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. This a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Asm. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but nobody embodies that nature with as much endearing passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. Also, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day because I'm going to be testing out something new that I have not yet told anyone but 2 people. So that's going to be fun. I mean, for me it is. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Talasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you. I am sure. There we go. And what's this? Oh, hang on, no, it's foggy, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's got, that is a shame, because it is rather nice to look at Elpis from up here. To kind of see all the different areas. Mistress Vanard, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or 2 out on the upper Skyway. Oh, there we go. Oh, hang on, it's sunny again? Oh, yeah, because the ocean time has just changed. Every 4 hours, the weather changes. I mean, just look at that. No. I don't play this character enough to go into a free company. Also, fun fact, this person over here is following the exact same quest line as we are doing right now. Mistress Vanard, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Also, that chocobo is cute.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Elpis is a place of exceptional beauty in this age, so it may not make for a fair comparison. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible! Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Really?
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So there was a lot of information in that quest. And in that conversation. Nearing a breakthrough, eh? I wonder what that breakthrough could be. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Also, that black chocobo chick will never not get. I will never get tired of it. Like I said this last week. We should all be more like this black chocobo chick and just happily bounce through life. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter to the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, Our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Yep, Warville is back. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle that she could see from the edge. If we stand at the exact same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? This will actually be a bit of a longer quest that doesn't necessarily have a dungeon in them, but this is surprisingly a community favorite quest. But if you have not played through all of Final Fantasy XIV, then it will just be a normal, regular quest for you. But for the community, it's been a bit of a war quest. Northeast. Hang on. Isn't it a waterfall, Molly? Yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's a Minotaur. Let's not go there. That's Minotaur territory. That's bad. How many actually do I still need for the Eatcon? I need 8 more. Ooh. That's going to be an interesting little hour we're going to have. Although at the same time, we don't return to Elpis, so I might just do that off stream. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. I can already spoil that we're not going to be returning to Elpis after we're done here. Unlike some of the other areas. Now, if I were conducting some mysterious research, where would I go? Hint, hint. Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Come here, Argos. Oh my god, it's Puppy Dog! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Tribe over here to that island? Hello? You were the moon doggo. Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and he still remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has a rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before means my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but a useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? This metal, if this memory turns out to be a bad one. That's up to you, isn't it? If a loss would sting, then you'd better win. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. So yeah, this entire quest is basically a fight. But before I do anything, I think it's time for me to start having a look at... Yeah, it's time for me to go ahead and start... It should also be a hint that we're getting very close to the end of the quest line. Oh my, that actually... Oh wait, hang on. How do I look? Oh, that actually isn't that bad of a gear set. That actually looks reasonably nice. Anyway, let's go ahead and cast a glamour for the... No, you know what? We're getting. You know what? We're now at a place where we are investigating, so the disguise can go away. Also, for those of you who are not certain about what tomorrow is going to bring, tomorrow we will be streaming No Man's Sky in English, but since the Game Pass doesn't allow you to change the language, the game will be in Dutch. So that will be a one-off little stream. Kind of get back into the swing of things with Sunday sessions. And then from next week onward, we will be starting Paradise Killer on Sundays, and hopefully Disco Elysium on Wednesdays. So there's going to be quite a... Oh, that will absolutely be fun, German. Like, yeah, no, that will be fun. Mostly because I'm the one that will need to do all of the translating. So, yeah. Shall we begin? Be warned. I will not go easy on you. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do Worthy of his back. There will be 3 phases to this fight, so this will be a bit of a longer fight than normal.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh, absolutely. Hang on. Ignore what I'm doing here right now. There we go.
My blade sings!
But yeah, that'll absolutely be a fun little one-off stream. To just kind of have fun. You know, it's something different. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Oh, shit. I'm just going to put some hallowed ground for a few seconds. Could not have been hit by that if I had actually looked where I needed to go. Also, I'm going to be silent for a bit so you can hear it, but this is actually a special rendition of the songs that you've been hearing throughout Endwalker.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter.
See, is this going to be... Yep, kind of against much.
Have a taste.
Oh boy. Now, this fight shouldn't be too hard if you've been, you know...
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
I mean, for tanks it isn't the hardest fight in the world. Like, I'm not certain how this is for DPS or healers. But in general, if you kinda know your job, then this should be doable. The real hard fights are coming in later today after we're done with helpers. Okay. Okay, so that's just... I'm so used to like the raids where like these things go the entire arena.
Prepare yourself.
And it's actually messing with my sense of oh no. Okay. Let's go here. So yeah, you know, hope you guys have been doing well. So if you have any topics you might want to talk about with me, you can do so now. Ooh. Like, I'll be busy for a bit, so if you want to talk about anything in chat, then let me know.
We've only just begun.
I can give my opinions on stuff.
Come at me with your all.
Also, we will be streaming Victoria free on the day of release. Like, that is, I can already guarantee you that much. So, that will be on Tuesday, sometime late in October. And the reason that I am streaming that on the day of release is because, quite honestly, it's a game that I feel comfortable streaming at release at. Because let's be honest, no one will know what the hell they will be doing. I have not played No Man's Sky before, no. I've played like maybe an hour of it.
Move to the final trial.
I have played maybe like an hour of it at some point. But I have not played it before, no. So, like, I've done the... let me put it this way, I can fly right now, and that's all that I've unlocked, basically. So, it will be, for me, about as blind as it can be. But since it's the Sunday sessions tomorrow, I feel more comfortable with streaming something blind. Unlike something like, say, what I did with AI, which is also very story-heavy. Also, probably don't need to explain what I'm doing right now here. But in case you do need an explanation, I'm basically trying to stop all of these things from arriving at Vernard. If that either bar hits 100, I'm dead. And I'm going to have to start the entire fight all over again. Double look, I can go to make it so that nothing hits, but might not be that lucky. Come on, buddy. Come on. Okay, now we have some time to focus on this. But yeah, so with No Man's Sky, like I said, like I know of it. Like obviously, I've seen like the Internet Historian's video on it. I know it's from Reputation, but I also know that apparently it has like improved so much that it that I'm fine. Like, you know what? Let's give the game a chance. Let's give it. Like let me put it this way, I'm not tainted by how it once was. So as a result, it's about as fresh eyes as you can get.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
So that's good. I'm not certain when I'll be streaming tomorrow yet, like kinda depends. But yeah, we'll just have some fun. I'm not certain for how long I will going. Guess for as long as I'm having fun.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
There we go. We were never meant to kill Vernard as well. We just meant to show our strength, which we've done. But yeah, as for Victoria 3, I'm actually, for Victoria 3, I'm going to be opening up a poll at some point. For which country I should play as blind. So...
It was my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
So, I will give more info on the Discord once we get closer to release on that game.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Yay! I've been accepted by little Peppy.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Also, I will say this. This is just like sort of like an in-between thing where like I'm just kind of talking about stuff that's behind the scenes. I'm not the biggest fan of like how the new OBS update looks because it reminds me a lot of Streamlabs, and more importantly, I no longer have an activity feed. Like normally I have like an activity feed like on the left of me so that I know like when people are resubscribing and when people are subbing and when people are doing stuff. That's no longer there, so now I have to actually look at Twitch for that. And that makes me reasonably annoyed. And I don't know why. But yeah. Also, reminder, it is currently September, which means that you get a certain percentage off for, I believe it's like 20% for like the 1 month sub. And 25 for 3 months and 30 for 6 months subbing. So if you want to go ahead and sub with yeah, if you want to sub for less this month, Christ, I'm not certain what's happening to me today. If you want to sub for less money than normal, then you can do so. We have a couple of sub goals as well. You can find them on Twitter. The first sub goal is a nice, relaxing, chill little politics stream, and if I'm doing a stream or Twitch studio. Yeah, I probably should do that should learn to do that at some point. I'm basically waiting on a desk for the third monitor. Because I have like a third monitor here at my home at the moment. I'm waiting on a desk that is going to have a corner in it so that I can put it on there and then I can have like Twitch and OBS on like different, just entirely different systems at all. But it's, at the moment I don't have the space for a third monitor on my desk, but that will be changing in the near future-ish. But yeah, I probably should learn to do that. But I'm currently also using my phone whenever on break, to browse Reddit. Whenever we're on break. So yeah. Anyway, Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Moving into a flower upon your return. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below, and give us a smoother ride over to the island. Southeast, 103. Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. Let's grab the Eve current. I mean, we're here anyway. I mean, it's right on the path towards where we need to go. So. Let me see if this has opened up. It has opened up a bunch of quests, but not the one that I currently need. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I really should learn to use more of the options that Twitch gives me. But yeah, we've got a couple of fun little sub-point goals. That being a politics stream, party games with subs. At 40 sub points, I'll be streaming a horror game. And at 50 sub points, there's going to be a little giveaway for a €20 Steam game of your choice. And at 100 sub points, I'll be doing an entire stream in Dutch. But that will not happen, so. It's the last one is mostly there as a joke option. And I have to mention, the 20 euros also goes for sale. So if like a game is normally 40 euros and then it's 20 euros on sale at the time of asking for it, then I'll obviously still buy it for you. Like if it's below 20, it's below 20. Simple as that.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
And as for YouTube, by the time you see this, the giveaway
Come and stand before me.
has already ended. By the time you see this on YouTube. So...
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
This sounds like a terrible idea.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
This sounds like a bad idea from many different perspectives.
So, what is your opinion?
General rule of thumb.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
General rule of thumb, don't try to make contact with aliens unless you also have a plan B. This sounds like many bad ideas. Also, just for reference, this is how it looks with the helmet on. Oh, that actually... Oh, hang on. Oh, that actually... Oh, with the helmet on, it actually looks really nice. Bit of a shame, but... never mind. I guess 4 horns is better than 2. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than look in Ctesi's Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Place, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Tribe, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before, back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that Chief Overseer and most of Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is further north of Point Noikos. I wonder if there is going to be a dungeon of some kind. So in the meantime, I'm going to grab some of the ether shards in here. There we go. Okay, good. So we can do all of the questing. Actually, no, wait. We have to wait actually for a bit because there are some that I believe are on the island that we are now going to. I wanted to say like we might as well go and grab all of the ether currents right now, but then I remember that there are some up on the other end. So that's not really an option, unfortunately. Shame. To the north. Oh, I believe this is the top of the stream that we saw earlier, if I'm correct. Yes. There we go. The next one is northeast. The more we do right now, the less we have to do later on. Let me see, we now have 4 out of 10, okay. Approximately 256 yards to the east. I mean, like I said, like we're going to that area anyway, so if we need to take a small detour. Also, a lot of the side quests in this area deal with the creation of the species that you'll see in other parts of the main game. Which means that technically, we are responsible for all of the ancient horrors that we have been unleashed upon this poor innocent world. Which is a thought that we will have to live with for the rest of our days. Ah, there we go. I guess I just walked around the entire building. Why not? There we go. That's 5 out of 10. So we're halfway done with that. Let's go ahead and travel northly. This appears to be the teleporter I've not told you about. Modes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. There we go. Ah, good. The news acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Ctesi's Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. And to north. See, there we go. I knew there was at the very least going to be one ether current there. So when I first actually got to this area, it was late at night. And I remember the first thing that I said when I saw this place. Like this thing in particular. God damn it. Shh, move it. I don't want to play with you. I remember the first thing I said when I was here, and that was I was actually talking with I believe a Jugger at the time. And yeah, my first reaction was, this is absolutely going to be a dungeon of some kind. And whether or not it is indeed going to be a dungeon is something you will have to wait and see for a bit. Don't worry, we will know within less than 2 hours. Here we are, the groundest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Oh! Hello, Gas. It's been a while since we last saw you. There's been a few quests. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selch. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention High Philodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is that if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it, and what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Vandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Vandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. Also, I like this really nice piano rendition. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Yeah, the piano rendition here is just really nice and soothing. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It's time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Yeah, thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks, I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett said, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. There you go, we're halfway done with the quest for today. Moving on to Hunger in the Garden. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past, if I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is. On the next tile over, Meteon is with him. Here Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down to the path. Oh, hang on. Yeah, you can see chat. That's not meant to happen. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to my Subsius Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. There you go. This is actually a surprisingly short one in regards to steps. There's only 4 steps to this quest, but I believe this is a longer one in regards to like cutscenes. After this quest, we will take a short break because at that point we've hit over the 2-hour mark. And there will also be some ads playing during that break, but right now we're first going to be finishing up this quest. And I'm just taking a bit longer. I'm moving to 6 out of 10 simply because the 8th or the 9th quest in this row is going to be a long one. Oh, hang on. It's not yet. That's actually... Okay, nope. There's nothing here anymore. There you are. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the secular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Tribe, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Vandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance in convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. The Crescents in there are not exactly... then again, perhaps Tribe can handle them. He did survive a bout with Fernand after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Oh joy! I just love the fact that they were like, well, you know, it's deeply dangerous and there are many things that will go wrong, but he did survive a bout with Fernand, so off you go. Have oh god. You are surprisingly terrifying. Now that is Eldritch horror right here. Come on, buddy. I'm also getting the weird feeling that this is going to be happening every few seconds. If only I remember where... I'm trying to remember where he is, but I think he's like... I wonder, if I stay to the corners, will I be attacked? Let's stick to the corners. And just investigate from the outside. Okay, great, amazing, don't care. Gotcha! There we go. Tribe, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hyphilodeus and Emmett Shell's company. Hello, buddy. We've got some questions. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Vandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. I will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Whoever decided that this was a great place to start a garden, they should be fired. Yeah, you hate me. Seriously, whoever decided on this, fire them. Also, is that a carnivorous plant right there that I'm seeing? What kind of environment requires this kind of a nightmare fuel? You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Garden as, well, I see. Or should I say, smell? I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done, indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. Also, if there, I believe there's like water below here, I recommend we take a shower in there. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmet cells who would recreate Amarod in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not really written in stone, naive hope that it is. Never mind, it is actually a small quest. Okay, so I'm taking a short 5-minute break. Let me just write it down. Or at least for as long a break as I need to do my stuff. And in the meantime, enjoy the iCam. And yeah, I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. And there we go, I'm back. Hope everyone had a lovely, lovely little break. We cleared something to eat because it's been a while since I last ate. So anyway, let's move on to words without sound. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then shall we wait here until he emerges? Yes.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Okay, this is getting scary.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts!
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I think we know what caused the final days. At least I have a seriously good inkling as to what caused the final days now. Also, I should mention this was not planned. I thought that the breakdown would happen in the next quest instead of in this quest. So yeah, that was an accidental genius. In regards to when the break happened. So yeah, like I hang on, there we go. Like I said, it was pretty obvious that she was going to become the reason, but I didn't expect it to happen now. So yeah, this is going to be fun. Come on, where are you? I'm trying to search for anything unusual. Let's see here. There we go. Gotcha. Also, the music that's playing right now is basically the same music that was playing during the end of days section of FFXIV, I believe. Okay, she isn't here either. I mean, she has to be somewhere. Let's see here. There. Maybe this third time's the charm, as they say. There we go. Gotcha. Greetings and salutations. Oh no. I don't like this. Commencing report. Oh no, this is bad. This is new. This is what they call very bad. Meteon's anguished void faces you sense her climbing to the top. Alright then. Oh no, wait, hang on. This isn't actually the Endwalker stuff. This is the Shadowbringer stuff, I believe. Like, I think that this is the Shadowbringers. Something is horrendously wrong music. But I would have to replay Shadowbringers for that. And as good a tell as it is, I'm not particularly in the mood to go through it 3 times. Oh, so here we have an old friend from the Void Ark series. There we have an old friend, or a new friend, that is going through the same quest that we are going through. Oh god, I don't think that he's watching the stream, but he's like... he agrees with me wholeheartedly. So, if he is watching the stream, then hi, I guess. And if he isn't, then he will never know that I said this. Damn it. Where else could he be? There we go. Found you. Is this the reason we traveled to the stars, why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be it. Okay, down south we go. Okay, so it's not on this island at all. Good to know. Maybe gotcha. We'll see. It's a suspicious disturbance here. Okay, so it's not here. Then the question remains, where is it? I mean, I'm exploring new areas, which is great. It's not what I need at the moment. No, wait, hang on, I recognize this area. I think it's right here. Because I recognize having to do a quest in this area here afterwards. There we go. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Eferis. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. Yep, this is the Shadowbringer stuff. I've said this before in an earlier stream, but I like the fact that they're now, from now on just going all out on every single expansion, and like the music that just best fits the mood, even if it isn't specifically from Endwalker. Any sign of Meteon? Yes, she ran towards the lake. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Meteor are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness, which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Meteor's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Indeed. Sounds like we're in a bit of a hunt here. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Onwards. Follow, wander, stumble, listen. 3 more quests to go within Elpis before we return to our own fucked reality. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, we could not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, much how Emmett Celt solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Tribe will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift etherical downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leaf. Assuming she is made visible, it could provide no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have a plan. Tribe and Emma to ourselves will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Celt and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Okay, yeah, you can leave it behind. Yeah. I assume that if we do this... There we go. So this is a new feature in 6.2. Before this point, you couldn't even use your own mount. Like, you had to walk. Which was surprisingly annoying. Okay, so she's hiding somewhere towards the... What is it? She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. In the meantime, our little Lalafell friend is still working on other stuff. From the looks of it. Normally I would love to sit here and do that stuff, but I'm afraid we're kind of on the schedule here. What with Meteon going batshit insane. Oh, she's trying to hide herself. By that rock, is she? Very well. Ooh. Yes, we will hear your report, good or bad. We've tried the nice part, now let's try being angry. Now we have it indeed. To be fair, it's a lot easier to catch someone when we can actually see them. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Oh, so that's a discount Pokemon right there. Oh, you've got to be. They've put us. Oh god, a fate of right where we need to be. Oh joy. Okay, so it's up top. Good. Let's go up top. No, no, no. Bad, 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 bad. Actually, what do you have to say about here? Because this is something that I don't think we actually use in the normal main story. Is this nurse not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. This is actually where we do the raid series of this expansion. There, I see her. This should be the final time that we have to follow him. Or her, I mean. Hang on, it does say to the west, so it might mean that there's actually something right here, but I'll have the next quest to figure that one out. Okay. There we go. I think it might be here, but I'm not certain.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Meteon. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Well, that was unexpected. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when the creation is returned to Ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Time to cage the messenger. Hermes has headed to Ctesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even if we may have a difficult time locating his ether. Oh, even we may have a... never mind. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vanad, Trap. It is clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Ctesis Hyperborea we go! Right after we have done every other thing, so that we can fly from the moment that we actually get there. Before we do that, there's one other thing we first need to do, which is grab the final ether cone. So, if anyone has anything they want to talk about, then they can do so now. We're going to be we are going to need to kill some time, because we are grabbing the final ether cones of this area. So, yeah. I can actually kind of talk about something, because I've been playing Final Fantasy IV over the past few days, just to kind of, you know, mostly because the raid series in Endwalker is seemingly attached, and some of the main story is attached to Endwalker, or to Final Fantasy IV, at least in like, some way. So I figured I might as well. Not necessarily, now around 7 to 8 hours in, not necessarily the greatest opinion of it's over. Like, I respect it for what it did, but that doesn't necessarily make it good. At least by modern standards. So we're kind of quickly going through the questing. This is a small little, we're basically being. This is a quest that you're probably meant to do before we hit this point, but it's kind of like a little guided tour through through this area. But yeah, like Final Fantasy, I'm not certain what it is. I think the problem for me is mostly that the bosses are like weirdly designed in some way. And also, and this is a thing that's obviously a lot more normal in older games, but that doesn't make it any better, is the fact that I'm right now at a castle and I did a boss, and then I couldn't find a way to save, so I had to do the second boss immediately after. And I think that if I had died at that second boss, I probably would have just said, fuck it, I've given it a shot, and I'm not going to go through 40 minutes of, you know, 2 bosses again in order to see what happens next. So that's definitely, and I know that there was probably a way to save, but I could not find my exit back. So that definitely, for me at least, falls under the category of that's just bad design, for me at least. Like, you might disagree with that, but I'm just not a fan of that kind of stuff. Apart from that, I think the other thing is that, like, I'm right now got on an airship in that game, and I'm just, they told me like, oh yeah, go northwest. So I'm going to the only town northwest, and then, yeah, let's go, let's get the cutscene. And like, I'm like in the town and in the castle, and I'm not certain what it is that I even need to do. Like, I believe I've talked to literally everyone. So yeah, a bit, I once again, you know, it's a product of its time, but since it is a remaster, a bit more guidance there would have been nice. And it might be that I'm missing something deeply obvious. It's entirely possible. But in that case, it still stands for me. Like, in that case, it still stands that, you know, modern sensitivities, what they are, probably would have been better if. There we go. But yeah, that's my current opinion on Final Fantasy IV. It's not necessarily great. I'll keep playing it. But 7 hours in. Yeah, and as for the story, I'm unwilling to comment on that at the moment. Because, apart from the fact that it's just very slow to start, which I'm okay with as a person. But until I finish the game, I'm unwilling to talk about stories. Because, you know, stories can change. And they might become, and you know, stuff. Well, I right now might be going like, oh yeah, oh, this is a bit bad. Might actually turn out to be really good. Okay, northwest. Okay, so that is over there. Okay, in that case we are moving to the 12 wonders. As that means that we've all but finished up over here. Come on, buddy. Keep quest. So let's just follow the birdie for an additional ether current. 6 yards northwest. Okay. Should be around here. Yep, there we go. Okay, I need to remember that for when I'm done here. But yeah, apart from that, like, I'm just not doing much at the moment. Like, I've been playing a lot of Humankind actually again. This. Like, I'm currently playing a lot of Humankind again, and it's like I get the feeling that there's something that's just not clicking with me with that game. Because nowadays I like know how to get through the first few eras very easily, but once we hit the early modern era, it just kinda, you know. I just kind of break. It suddenly becomes deeply slow for me for some reason. So yeah, I'll be probably doing some more of that tonight after I'm done with streaming. Gotta see if I can figure out what it is that I'm doing wrong later on in the game. Okay, that's that done. I know that there is an ether current right around here-ish. So let's grab that one first. Because then we only need 2 more after this one. Good! So yeah, from now on, every area that we enter, we will be also getting all the ether currents, because there's only there are only 2 areas left after this where we need to get the ether currents from. One of which is Labyrinthos, and one of which I will not be telling you yet. You'll have to wait for 2 more streams in order to figure out where we're going with that. Okay, there we go. Next one. East. Oh, interesting. So the last 2 are... One is like probably like right around here, and one is in here at the start. Okay, good. In that case... Yeah, probably should have gotten these last week. But yeah. Sue me. Oh, so this kind of looks like, I don't know, looks like kind of like a guitar shape for some reason. Now that I'm seeing this as sort of like the base of a guitar, I can't unsee it. There we go. And the last one is up top. So we can also grab the 2 additional ones in the meantime. Or we can grab the 2 quests as well. Poison Oikos. And that's 3 more things we need to do before we can go out and enter the dungeon. Yep, southeast, as I figured. We just grab these 2 quests real fast. Let's see, this is expected guest and the perks of being a lost flower. Okay. Oh, that's actually right where we need to go anyway. Good! That helps. Oh, hang on. Look at that, that helps. Come on, kick me fake. That one is somewhere else. Oh, that one is... Oh, never mind. That's... Okay. It's just the main story. Let's casually drop past the Elpis Minotaur. That sounds like bad news to me. There we go. In the meantime, I'm searching for where the... Is that one? 60 yards to the east. Oh, it's probably hidden like right here. Is it? Nah, technically, I guess. That's actually some clever use of the rock in order to hide the fact that there's a current here. That is a genuinely nice way of using perspective, forced perspective in order to... Anyway, where do you need to go? You need... Okay. Let me quickly go here. Should probably grab all the quests first before I started doing the currents, but oh well. Have her accompany you. Oh, joy. I also just love the fact that, you know, there's like a report is about to be launched and we're just like, nope. Let's just go ahead and start exploring. Also, come on, student. Okay, I think we can just... Isn't it a lot nicer where you can just ride around on your mouth for this? I know it is for me. This definitely helps with making the entire thing 10 folds easier. Okay, there we go. You've been saved. Come on, buddy. There we go. Good boy. Point to Arcos, and then from there we can move down here into here. It seems like toink 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 is the easiest way to do that. It's like go here first, move here, and then move into here. And yes, I have done all of these quests on my main. And yes, I am a bit insane. So... Ooh, that's a cacti. Although I guess it's called Euros 310 over here. There we go. Because as per usual, the dungeon in the area is the sign that we have reached the end. Let us go ahead and finally go there. There we go. Now, normally, I will go to say this right now. Normally, if you are doing this for the first time, I recommend that you do this dungeon with Trust. We're not going to, because Trust takes at least 30 minutes. So, we're not going to be running this with Trust. But if you do, if this is your first time and you're not streaming, I recommend you run this one with Trust first. Simply because, you know, it's fun. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Vanard, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. But at a feebling spell in place, we're not likely like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. We have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put the talent of yours to good use. You are very skilled at spotting weaknesses, as I recall. Very skilled? They have gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need to only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Ezum, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be it as a defender, aggressor, or healer. Hint, hint. I feel better about my lack of powers already. And you, Emmett Cells, can impress upon us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can you also channel their power in a protective manner if you so choose? Yes. Well, yeah, should the situation call for it. Excellent! They should cover us on all fronts. Yay! Your talent, your tale led us here, tribe, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Methion, and then we will face the future together. We welcome you one and all to the circus known as Catesis Hyperborea. The most extensive... oh, hang on 1 second. The most extensive facility in Elpis, Catesis Hyperborea, is a sprawling complex of magically simulated environs. Concepts awaiting evaluation are brought here for the last stages of observation, and upon meeting the appropriate criteria are... Oh, let me go ahead and do a quick rate check. Oh, 1 second. There's actually the person that we've been seeing throughout is this is just a quick one for him to make sure that I know that he's ready. Determined not to surrender Methion, it is within this facility that Hermes has taken refuge, and you and your companions must find and confront him if you are to shed a light upon the truth of the final days. Okay, so I believe he actually is the one that needs to start this. I'll be honest, it has been a long time since everyone's in the party. There we go. Okay, there we go. We have an entire... There we go. This is just there, so that everyone could say hi. There we go. It's nice to actually have like a little party going on. Hello, Stu. There we go. He said hello to the stream. Hi, Bellissimo. We've been doing the exact same stuff at the same time. Say hi to one of the most beautiful dungeons in this game, actually. There we go. They've been able to say hi. And someone is giving an enthusiastic lally ho. You know what? There we go. Let's just keep this on for now. Wait, do we have 2 healers by accident? I will just leave real fast. There is a bit of a problem here in that accidentally we got 2 healers by accident. Whoopsie. There we go. Let's try that. Take 2. Go. For once, I'm keeping chat on because this is a pre-made pick already.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Go, great. All right. Come on, buddy. Over here. Gooey! Good boys. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can also just use holy. Not to think about it. Let's go to some holy circles, shall we? I normally don't show chat, but since this is a pre-made and they know that I'm streaming and no one was like, oh yeah, no, I don't want to be on stream or something like that, you know. And no, I'm not going to be advertising the stream immediately. I will wait with that for a bit until once I've proven myself to be competent. Hiya, buddy. Come on, over here. Gooey! There we go, good boy. And throw in Rampart. There we go. We're just entering a small little ice area. Which is also really nice that they kind of show like how all of these animals are meant to be in here, or like how they all in here with the different biomes. I would very much like to see at one point like a hard mode version of this, which even though I know that that's probably never going to happen, where you enter a different biome of some kind. Or maybe this could even be like the blueprint for one of the what's going to be one of the Savage dungeons, where you know, like you're running through different environments anyway, and that each time that you do this, it okay. Say hi to Lisa. And Lisa is really annoying in that she likes to hide. Go. Let's go here. Just very simple. See where the footsteps go. And hide. Because the game is starting to kind of assume that you know how to play your class. Alright. There we go, standing nice and quiet. Bait is done. Precisely, Drum. I mean, I'll say this. I actually have had people who didn't know their classes, even at what was at the time endgame content. So, you know, like we're going for a low bar here at times. Although I've also seen more than enough people who are absolutely amazing, capable, and where there are a lot of amazing runs. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I have seen. I will say this: there are some classes where I can understand it, but there are also. Oh my! Tell me, what's the term for that in League? Not boosted. There is actually a boost in Final Fantasy XIV, so you are right about that. We could start using that term actually, because you can boost your class up to level 80 and to the start of the Endwalker expansion. So yes, I have seen, especially back when it was first launched with Stormblood, there was like this sudden rush of people who had not done their classes. And as a result, the first two dungeons of Stormblood were absolute shit shows at the start of the expansion. So maybe I should start using that term as well. I mean, to be fair, the boosts are designed for people that are creating alts. So the idea is that you boost the class that you are already aware of how that how to play it. But there will always be people that just want to boost, and we saw this especially when people were moving over from World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy, where people would the most infamous example being someone called Quinn69 who boosted. Thank you. And then went constant, and they just didn't know how to do his class and was constantly screaming about the heals while he was standing in all the poop. So yeah,
Stay away.
we have seen we have our fair share of stories about what not to do with boosting, but there are also people out there who boost simply because, well, because they've played the class before and they would just want to go ahead and start raiding with friends, which is a very fair reason to boost in my eyes. Like, the boost is not meant to be done by first-time players. Like, since the main story of the game is the entire attraction. But there will always be people who think that they know better than the developers. So... there we go, let's go to start. But yeah, like most often those people get called out very early. And you can also see them because they get a very specific set of gear that if you are... that especially past the first week of the new expansion, you would not normally have. Because that's like the gear that you get for... basically for like running the raid like 10 or so times. Which, there are people that do that, but almost no one does that beyond when they are just leveling up towards the end. Oh, hang on. Hi, Dub. Hi, Dub. Hang on. Good boy. Just go ahead and make sure that I get hit instead of whoever was being targeted, which was the summoner. Sorry, buddy. That was my mistake. Okay, let's go ahead and start doing some healing. Oh, I had no idea how powerful this holy circle was until now. Oh, this is lovely. Like, I'm basically helping the healer out by just healing half my own damage. Okay, there we go. But yeah, like you will find that in every online game. There will always be people that are willing to boost themselves and not understand what it is they're actually boosting towards. But the thing is especially in if they are doing it for harder content, they will be called out very fast. Because some of the content, like say the ultimate fights, are like designed to always be, to basically never have, never be made easier by upgrading your gear. So, you know, those people that will get called out and they'll have to deal with the consequences as a result. Anyway, let me go ahead and go quick this. Anyway, say hi to the next boss, which is a Landon Lord. Or Laden Lord. Who has abilities, and I'm not certain which one they are. I've forgotten this boss, to be honest. Probably says something about that. But yeah, no, you are absolutely right about it, German. Also, yes, I probably know that I could advertise, but the thing is that I feel like I'm only going to advertise to these people, like, hey, this is where you can find me. Oh yeah, oops, that's my mistake. Assuming that I'm being competent right now. So, only once I've proven my competency will I decide to go like, hey, you know. Okay, so it's right here. Basically, go for where the mouth isn't. So, every mouth is a third, and you basically need to go to the third that isn't being hit. Now I remember this fight. Okay, let's go to here. So basically you always have to imagine it as in thirds, based on his north. That's an important one, like it's always based on his north. If you're trying to do it from the north itself, you're going to have a bad time. Okay. Oh, never mind. Not that much. Okay, and you're going right in. atmosphere should be safe. Yep, it is. Okay, now I need to quickly move. Or reasonably quickly. Ooh. Come on, we can do this. Yes, there we go. Yes, please. Dankeschön. There we go, that's the second boss. You can see like how quickly it goes when there's like a group that's in sync.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
And unfortunately from now on we're going to have to deal with this in groups of 3. Also, the weather is currently fair skies. Okay, so then this is just... I've always wondered if this was like just part of the dungeon or if it was like based on the weather effects. But now I know. Which I guess makes sense as we are technically inside of a building. Okay, and there we go, there's everyone. Moving on. Okay, there we go. Everyone is lovely in South Doton. Absolutely beautiful. That looks like a really nice color on me, but... There we go, there are the fair-ish skies. Oh, so yes, we are now in space.
Hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Also, just to answer the question, yes, we are in space officially. We are outside of the Earth's atmosphere, as you can see. There we go, this is, I believe, the last pack. Come on, buddy, over here. Sorry. Over here. Good boy. Oh boy, Summoner, what are you doing? No, Summoner! Okay, there you go. Anyway, as you might have noticed from the cutscene earlier, our next boss is going to be wind aspected, so we're going to be dealing with wind kinds of enemies. Also, imagine if we had this on Earth, where it was like just an observatory for like near space birds or something like that. Can one only imagine?
So, comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Say hi to Hermes!
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me!
And Hermes, like I said, is an introspective person. So he has opinions on the winds.
Ancient brand, unleash your
Okay,
power!
which one are we... Okay. Yeah, here in the middle should be... Right, yes, it is. Okay, good.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Yes, let's go stand here in the middle. Okay. Let me move here. This is actually preparations, passing for a mechanic we'll be doing in the 89 trial. I know, it sounds a bit weird, but hey. There we go, just make sure that we don't overlap. Like, it's surprising like how the judges can prepare you for the trial ahead, if you know what the trial ahead is.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
Okay. I believe it's... Yes. As I thought, so we basically need to go clockwise with them. Also, we are creating our own AoEs.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
There we go. So quarters still to go. You can see. Very reasonable.
Fall as rain!
Oh, I mean, I know that doesn't matter too much.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Hey, there you go.
No!
side chat from now on. Not needed. I'm gonna keep this on because there's still like a chat here, just in case. So unfortunately, you're going to have to watch this cutscene like this, but enjoy.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes? Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteion's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, 'twould be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
So how do you resolve the grandfather's paradox? Well, partially you don't. And partially, you just wipe everyone's memories of what happened. Therefore, making it no longer a paradox. Well, time to say goodbye to this place. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he will create more Entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, the Meteor he would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Vandanion. Yep, thank you. Let's quickly get the final bit of Elpis that we couldn't get to before. Which is a little area known as the Chthonic Horns. Let us enter the final quest. Elpis really is like a really nice area to be in. It's a nice little distraction from all of the fighting that's happening outside in our own world. But alas, thou must live, die, and know. Tribe, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmet Selk and Hytalodeus that they had been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon. Exactly how the actors were told to say this is beyond me. Oh wait, hang on, I can fly. Whoops. Why am I walking? Pardon me. In the same way that the Azim step were a nice little moment of rest for before all of the shit started happening in Stormblood, so too was Elpis a nice little bit of rest before the shit show that's the final third of Endwalker. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vanat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended to set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. So it's going to be a bit longer than 4 hours today. But hey, that's what I kind of knew beforehand. But this is it, as they say.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
And based on what the Wiki is telling me, this will take about roughly 18 to 20 minutes. So it's not too long from what we've seen before.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready, from fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith,
we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
And so our world was birthed. A big bang. A literal big bang. There is so much to love about this cutscene if you've seen this before. Or at least if you've like... You know, if you've been on this journey ever since the start of the game. From the reusage of basically a completely different perspective on the fight with Emmet Selk at the end of Shadowbringers, to the meaning of the song itself that's been playing. So even the history itself, which is, you know, it turns out the history of the world, as you've been taught, has a -1, an era -1 attached to it. There is just so much love about that cutscene, and I didn't want to spoil it by talking over it. Anyway, let's go ahead and give Krile our report. And then, yeah. We now know our enemy. Now it's time to start facing it. So hi, you are level something. 90. It's been a long journey we've been on, but it's been a rewarding one. That's right, impeccable timing as always. I heard you when you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Next week, we start